What's up, my peoples? Alright, 6:07 on the clock. It's going to be a real run tonight. They're already at 19 degrees, but this is the shot I was trying to get to last night. I should have thought of it, but Jupiter and Saturn both zoomed in. This is with the focal reducer, but zoomed in with the camera. So looking awesome. You can see what happened, obviously. So they're pretty much where they were yesterday, but Saturn is now lower and a tiny bit further apart. Just adjusting this a little bit. Pretty good clarity, honestly, but even though there's some clouds and a little bit of cold front moving through. I hope everybody's feeling great. Hopping in to say what's up to Marky Rowe and Debbie Carson and Ryan and NC and Patrick McNellis and Kimmy and Buddy, what's happening? And yeah, let's let all our space fam shuffle in and play some tunes here, some groovy tunes. I've been waiting on the sea for years. I've been waiting for the secret all along. And you know what brings it? Don't you know what soul can sing? Singing about this dream so long for you. I've been dreaming about the song. So long for you, I've been singing about the song. So long for you, I've been dreaming about the one with you. I've been singing about this dream. So long for you, till I see the color of your eyes reflected in the picture I made for you. Electric blood over there. I'm going to keep the jams going. I'm feeling like just grooving with y'all tonight, but hopping in to say what's up to everybody joining. I see you ready to hit the hot fire. Good to see you, my bro. Long time. Stereogenic, what's happening? Hans Koenig, what's going on? TJ, no worries about missing the stream, friend, all good. And who else? Did I miss anybody? Ryan and NC, what's happening? Okay. Keep the grooves going here with, what is this one? Love is like a kick in the head. Just like our crazy space program. Talk a lot about that later, but tunes for now. Would you stay when I realized somehow I had fallen?
Cause loving you is like a kick in the head.
was kicking ahead, and like I said, yeah, I had to, we were talking in the chat, but open the aperture a bunch. You can still see, actually, it's a bit blue out, and still, this is, I think, the most moons we've seen, right, with this kind of clarity. We've got Titan, Dione, Titan, Rhea, Tethys, mostly visible in this wide shot. So very cool. And of course, Jupiter's moons are crazy aglow and vibrating. But I'll reduce the aperture a bit more so we can get back to a little bit of detail. But those are some Saturnian system moonas. Getting into the tunes here. That track was fun to record. There's no bass on that track. Confession. No bass, all guitars. But I was trying to record bass and it was like all muddied out, so I had to remove it when I compressed it, and I haven't gone back to it since. Anyway, but yeah, this is some Dreamboat. Next tune coming right in, Harmony Wave. What's up to everybody just joining? Let's do some zoomed in shots here.
Found your home, you found your soul, you found your treasure.
corner of your page. On top of the wave, I found the love, I found the sage. I'm coming to say, no, it is no way. I feel so hot for you. I feel so caught up, it's true. I feel slow, take off with you. I feel slowly rocking you. I feel so hot for you. Rolling dark, you know it's true. You know it's true. I feel slow, take off with you. I've been torn apart and everybody where to be. Tumbling in distance. Don't you feel there's harm in us to cure? Until they know they're standing up police and shit. Saying all day, won't you come back home? Up in your arms and take you far. But what might we take you for? What might we take you for? So I've been so caught up, it's true. Nothing slow, take off with you. I've been slowly rocking you. Oh, Halloween is the love of the age. No story to say, just a corner of your page. On top of the wave, I found the love, I found the sage. I'm coming to say that no, it is your fate. So hard, it's so wrapped up, it's true. I feel slow, take off with you. I feel slowly rocking you. All right. Dive bombing little airplanes coming in here, landing at Jupiter, clear of the Great Red Storm tonight. But this is camera direct to the 8-inch, so we can see some nice detail. Zoomed in on Saturn just now, and that was looking pretty nice considering how low they are. The red and blue is due to fringing and due to the fact that they're low on the horizon. That's what happens to all the planets and stars and the moon as well. But what I can do, if we wanted to, is, oh yeah, I'm coming through, is desaturate it a little bit, and that will get rid of the fringing and a little bit of the color, but that's me adjusting some of the filter settings in OBS, trying to get us slightly nicer image. So yeah, bands of Jupiter. My hypothesis is that if you look at your palm and you see the two lines running across, I feel like the lines running across Jupiter are in of the similar make, of the similar fundamental electrical bands of counter-rotating currents. So we are one and the same with planets. I mean, it's not just Jupiter, but Jupiter is so prominent. Like the center bands are just something we identify with. Saturn, you can actually see the center band as well, but it's not as like flagrant as Jupiter. So yeah, I feel like electrically our hands are kind of pinched along those same filamentary Birkeland currents, and the same reason we see bands on Jupiter. Relating anatomy to space has been very important for me. All right, let me say hi to everybody. And then we'll play some strut here. Dr. Ayad and Charlie Silverman and Donald Yates and 921 Acacia and Mary Quite, Saturn the Overtaker, Six is Fixed, and Genghis Khan. And yeah. Oh, so quick note on that. So I went and watched some of the videos that had streamed yesterday, and I think really like the quality that I had on the stream was pretty decent, considering where all these locations were in dark sites and big observatories. If I'll gloat a little bit, I feel like we had a good vibe going yesterday. Anyway, tonight is even cooler. It's like a lot more chill, but I think the view is just as spectacular. Zoomed in on Jupiter for another minute or two, and then I'll go back to the wide shot. We can see them both together. Not much longer. They're both at around 17 degrees. Strut coming in hot. Had it a little too maxed out, but that's pretty sweet. This is the camera direct to scope, so 8-inch scope, 4K camera. You can even see the bands on Jupiter and two of the moons and Saturn all in the same shot. It's pretty nuts, I gotta say. I agree. Genghis. Shout outs to everybody just hopping in. Patrick McNellis says, do you think Titan is more habitable than Mars? So I would probably say yes. Titan is within that kind of, well, I would say maybe Ganymede. Honestly, Jupiter's moons seem more powered from Jupiter's size and its Birkeland current. I wonder if Saturn's moons are similar, but they must be, right? Those rings are ice, and there are already all the elements for life. So it's very possible that Titan or Tethys or any of the smaller moons have some form of life. I know I've talked about on the channel that I don't believe in aliens and UFOs necessarily, but I don't think that means that there's no life on other planets, right? In terms of fractal existence the way we have it on Earth. So there's a real discerning quality to thinking about it like that, but you have to really pick and choose what you believe in, right? Like, I don't think that there are societies that have turned into our type of system, on a distant star. But I feel like there probably is microbial life on all asteroids and comets, and just not the way it's life, Jim, but not as we know it, right? Or not as at least popular science portrays it, rather. Let me be cautious with my words. Fire in the bowl, fire in the hole. But yeah, I think there are certain stories that are concocted and then represented on YouTube and various media outlets that just, for me now, like I've hit this max out point, like I was saying the other day, where I was so bored and both just overwhelmed and bored with catastrophism. That day I was researching, and then today I was looking up all the conjunction shots from yesterday and all the updated news, and I realized, like, there's no healthy, like, honest, logical debate happening about anything. It's just these tenured people and or newbies who are regurgitating 100-year-old facts, or what they think are facts. And nobody's really having a dialogue or putting pressure on the concepts behind Jupiter and Saturn, or how they exist, or where they came from. Like, it's completely devoid of any type of discussion. Now, are those discussions happening behind closed doors? I don't know. But it seems really kind of like such a strange reality we live in, where we have these planets like this. And for me, it's always astounding. But I told you, when I first started doing this channel and doing backyard astronomy, when you realize that you can take images of Jupiter at this quality, it's mind-breaking, because you try and juggle that with all the years that you came up watching science shows and Bill Nye and these cats, and you're like, wait, you can do this from home? Like, you can actually have a connection with planets and the moon? And you could say, oh, that's so common knowledge, everybody knows that, but that's really not how I came up. Like, I was in college and people were just like, had no concept of this. And this is nothing, right? This is budget astronomy, ultimately. And that's not to take any specialness out of it, but I mean, like, if you were to truly talk about how much money is invested in the sciences, so to speak, or any other thing, like I was saying, the movie industry, for example. Can you imagine investing like a fraction into a park with a dozen 14-inch scopes with amazing cameras? It would be no money at all comparatively to like some of the terrible movies that come out. Which one today that's coming out where, I don't know why it came up on my feed, but Coming to America Part 2. Like, really, it's almost offensive, but I've stopped taking offense to it. Patrick McNella says they have found new molecules in Titan's atmosphere that has sparked more interest in Titan. It has the building blocks of life. Thanks for continuing that conversation. So that's some of that purple prose per Donald Scott, or weasel words per Sabine Hassenfelder. But for me, that's the type of stuff that they trick people with. The building blocks of life. Everything is the building blocks of life. We're inside a soup of charged ether, which in and of itself is the building block or blocks of life. So every planet, every star, every item, every quantum particle, every Planck unit, every whatever you imagine is within a charged basically fish tank of potential, right? And then we see light as a vibration in this ether. or as a wave in this ether, or as a particle. Nobody can really decide how they want to see light, but that's fine because you can't all have the same opinion. The whole point is the diversity and the relativistic nature, the yin yang, so to speak, in a holistic sense versus an antagonistic sense, where one overtakes the other. More so, they both need to exist to see the whole. What's up, Aram Vorax? All right. Tune here, and let me adjust some of the lighting. I feel like we're already losing Saturn a bit. Continue on the Captain of the Stars album. Do some Oh Why Not, and I'll get myself a drink. Oh yeah, so this is actually not clouds, it's the palm trees that we deal with every night, taking away our beautiful planetary conjunction. So sadly, yeah, let me take a look and make sure. Yeah, see, so it's literally this one tree, this one damn tree that's close, and that it covers, it obscures about 3 more degrees of visibility that we would have otherwise. But I can't complain. 30 minutes of this was pretty awesome. I'm glad the clouds went away earlier. I was really worried about that. Actually, I wasn't really worried, but I was thinking maybe it might not let me get the view tonight, but we still got lucky. Let's see, what's up, A2UC3Y? What's happening? Long time. And everybody hanging out. I see questions. Stereogenic says, what bands inspire me? So that's a really big question because I have a lot of different bands that I like, but I'll give you 3 now and maybe 3 later. So I'd say Fela Kuti, the Afrobeat king, but that's really not doing him justice. Fela is probably one of the greatest artists ever. Ever. Start with Beasts of No Nation, and then Teacher, Don't Teach Me Nonsense, Water, No Get Enemy, or anything Fela, you're not going to go wrong. And then I would say, what would I say? I'd say Supertramp, maybe. Supertramp is one of the greatest songwriting bands ever, and then performance-wise, I didn't even believe it, but they're on par with Pink Floyd, maybe even, I would say, a little bit better at certain things than Pink Floyd. Simply because they had a kind of confidence. Now that I'm grown and that I watch Pink Floyd videos, I see that, Gilmour is a fantastic guitar, like all-time favorite, but he was searching a lot. And Roger Waters is a great songwriter, but also, you know, very straightforward bass player, right? Not like a standout like Geddy Lee, for example. And Nick Mason and Richard Wright, who are fantastic musicians, really not on like the Emerson like Palmer level or Genesis, you know, not prog masters. So you listen to Supertramp and you're like, holy shit, these guys were not only fully vetted musicians who could play multiple instruments, but but they wrote songs as good as any stuff. Like 2 albums, Crime of the Century and Breakfast in America. You probably heard 1 or 2 of the songs, but holy crap. I mean, Pink Floyd is pretty easy, right? A lot of people now know that Pink Floyd's amazing, but yeah, so Supertramp, Fela Kuti, and I would say a really deep cut, if you're ready for it, is Yellow Magic Orchestra, YMO. And YMO has its own kind of roots that will branch out, you know, from each of the members that end up doing stuff. But Yellow Magic Orchestra is just like a very, let me see. I mean, how do you even describe Yellow Magic Orchestra? I cannot put it into words. But really, they're a Japanese trio, sometimes having an extra member, and there's really no parallel to an American band except maybe Sparks, right? And I would probably recommend Sparks up in my top 5. So Sparks, YMO, Supertramp, Fela Kuti, and if you're really adventurous, Gentle Giant. Gentle Giant. Maybe not get into the albums, but watch Gentle Giant do the show in Germany in 74, 75, the clip that exists on YouTube. It's astounding musicianship. Yeah, those are a few. Those are some fives. I'll do another 5 later, just remind me. Da, 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 da. I mean, any other years, like 5 years ago, would have been like Iron Maiden and Metallica. No, maybe 10 years ago. Actually, that's not true. Maybe 15 years ago, I would have been like, no, maybe 20. Maybe 25 years ago, I would have been like Metallica, Iron Maiden. But nobody's going to convince me that AC/DC is actually really good. Never going to happen, not going to happen. They had like 4 good songs, and somehow people are like, AC/DC in the news this week, coming back for their 30th album. And I'm like, man, talk about like sucking the wind out of an industry. I mean, I'd probably say the same thing a little bit about the Rolling Stones too. At least Pink Floyd kind of reinvented themselves after Roger left, like doing Division Bell, and even the recent stuff they released. It just nothing's gonna top Dark Side and Animals and Wish You Were Here and Saucerful and that era stuff where they were still not sure. Probably Yes. Now I'm off on my music tangent, but Yes, Topographic Oceans or Relayer or Close to the Edge. You want to blow your mind off, blow off some steam, I mean, and like get your mind right. Listen to Close to the Edge on LP, back to front. Yeah. Sorry, language goes off the rails when I'm trying to adjust the scope. I'm like, wait, was I speaking English? Speaking English? Let me see what y'all are saying. What's up, Figs Photography? Nothing but a black screen. Well, I don't know, like, if that attitude is going to help the palm trees move out of the way. But I really wish people, when they hopped on the stream, would actually jump back just a little bit and see what the stream was about, and you would usually see the clear shot. This happened so much yesterday with 600 people. They're like, I don't see nothing. Why are you not showing nothing? And I'm like, really? You know, that's not by choice. We're all a victim of astronomy visibility woes. So I do my best here. Sue Hill says, love Supertramp, Floyd, and Genesis. All great. All great. Anybody for Fela? Supertramp, love Pink Floyd too. The Good, the Bad, and the Queen. Is that like a cover band of Queen? Amazing how we change. I know, like, I used to listen to metal almost exclusively for a while. But what's so interesting is, if you ask me, it's kind of generational, right? I go through phases. There's a phase where I only listen to Smiths, right? And then that kind of whole thread. And then now when I listen to the Smiths, I go back and I listen to a much broader range of music from that post-punk era, like Chameleons, for example. Nobody knows about the Chameleons, or The Sound. Both bands are like kind of, if you had like Iggy Pop let loose with I don't know, it's just hard to kind of to even I don't like actually saying this band is like that band anymore, because it's really not fair to that band. I'm staying on the shot because Jupiter and Saturn are still sort of peaking, and I would be remiss if I didn't wait to see if they got past the tree, so bear with me on the black screen. Stereogenic says, love vinyl, but I've switched to digital. Thanks for your music rant. Hell yeah. I do the same thing. I do have a record player and some old records still. Hawkwind, yeah, Hawkwind's great. Yeah, Fela Kuti, Charlie Silverman. Felakuti, correct. Camel, hell yeah, Hans. Camel, Andrew Latimer, beautiful, amazing band. Caravan is an amazing band. Caravan is just so good. Who else? I was thinking of something else. Nectar, Nektar, amazing. I think they're German, but just Nectar, A Tab in the Ocean is one of my all-time favorite records. I think we're losing the planets. Let me take a look and see what's going on. I don't know. I still see them right behind the tree, so I'm going to stick with it for a couple minutes longer. Here. Alright, let's get back to the tunes for a moment, and then once I switch over to the moon, I'll play some live guitar before we close out the show. It actually sounded pretty nice. I listened to the show today and I was like, wow, okay. That microphone does, I don't have the reverb, but the room captures the reverb, so it actually comes out pretty great. And just working through the iterations of all the songs that I've recorded, but in a simple acoustic format, is actually challenging. So let's do more of that. Actually, speaking of Fela, no, not going to do that. I have a track that I was trying to emulate the sound. Let me just do it, why not? It's not going to get flagged because it's not really a cover. Woof, it is tough to get the focus right. The moon's quite high up there, but our planets have left us for the evening. That was day 2 of the Great Conjunction, where Saturn overtakes Jupiter. So if you missed it, please jump back to the beginning. There's a really good shot of both of them in view. Ooh, that was a little tricky because I had to lay really low on the stairs and try and find the moon. You saw me scoping for a second. Just pulling up Stellarium here to take a look at our illumination. Also, Mars is just even further up, right? Like, the moon is, what, 61 degrees apparent altitude, and Mars is at 68. So the scope is already just almost pointed directly upwards for me. Either way, I'm thinking maybe I'll switch to the wide shot so we see more of the moon. We got a 59.6% illuminated waxing gibbous moon. Almost due south for me, overhead. And I think after I switch the lens, I'll play some fresh tunes for y'all. Let's see who's joining us. Anybody new? NGC, what's happening? And I think that's it. Rastaman Lives, what's happening? Michaela Boyd. Yeah, so like I said, was doing the conjunction earlier. Check back. Right now we're going to the moon for a little bit. You got the guitar pretty much. Yeah, right. I don't know. I was trying to copy that feel, and then yeah, just like one or two takes of everything, and then just random stabs on a Hammond with a cigarette in one mouth, and just like random stabs. But I feel like I could probably program some sort of, or just play keyboards MIDI of some sax solos over that. That's what I'm missing from it. Although Balo is such a perfectionist, all his songs are so, like, all the notes are precisely placed, or at least, you know, a lot of them are. Hans says, what is the inner core of the moon? I read it was hollow. Really? So there are a lot of different theories, right? A lot of people, I imagine, will hear that question and say, oh, the NASA astronauts said the moon rang like a bell, in quotes, right? And that's like one of those so deeply inset in the human psyche and our cultural zeitgeist of just that phrase. So the moon rang like a bell. What does that mean, even, right? Like, how did they pick up the frequency? What bell? What resonance? You know, like, what exactly happened there? Very devoid of a lot of detail. So I've looked into that. That is a fascinating story. The second one is that all planets and moons and stars, etc., are essentially hollow. And the way you imagine them to be hollow is not, you know, not necessarily like Agartha. Like, people think that Hollow Earth and Agartha, Inner World, Jules Verne, Journey to the Center of the Earth, etc., are things where you can get to a certain point that's near the core, right? I don't know if it's exactly like that. I feel like the habitable part is where we live, and there are other parts of Earth where I would imagine it's almost like its own universe inside Earth, right? The same way when you zoom in on mitochondria or a cell, you'll see almost like a fractal version of the larger whole. So there might be a whole civilization inside the moon. There might be a whole moon and solar system inside the moon. Who really knows exactly what a nucleus looks like, right? But ultimately, the structure of it is probably the donut or the torus, and the middle of it being the hypotrochoid or the hourglass shape. At the very smallest levels, these shapes define the way things look. Therefore, inside the moon, it just must be a version of something that we've already seen before. There's another prospect that the moon is porous, like a sponge, in a way that we see in the ocean. That also makes a lot of sense. I was reading somewhere today that the moon's very light. The mass is different than what's postulated. Therefore, that's how it floats, so to speak. But, and other people think it's a projection. Some people think it's a plasma phenomenon. to me, it looks a lot like a rock on the beach, right? But I don't know. There could be so many ways of looking at the moon. This is why, like, I'm so fascinated with it, and also fascinated with why there's such a lack of discussion and a lack of education around the moon. Why the moon isn't, just taught in schools. The narrative of NASA is taught in schools, but the actual history of the moon is not taught in schools. And sure, everyone's like, oh, systems don't teach us anything, the governments lie, NASA lies, but still, it's still pretty crazy that they lie about something so prominent in our skies. Like this moon, everyone talks about it, oh, it's so pretty, but it's unbelievably physically revelatory and almost nothing. What's up, Z-Proxy? What's happening? See, Z-Proxy says, or moon is just a projection to keep the Sims here looking up happy. Again, like, too much work. We had this conversation before. Like, the technology it would take to project the moon the way it appears for everybody is just not worth the salt. Better off not having a moon. Straight up. To keep the narrative going, there's so much work in keeping the moon there that if it's just to please people, you can please people with a lot of other things. What's up, Derek Mary? What's up, Wingmaker's poetry interpreted by the Guarinathan? Maybe a simplistic question, but what about that? It is simply too big to turn around. What, to turn around us so close? Maybe it's simply, but what about that do you mind rephrasing that? I don't think I'm understanding. You're talking about the moon? NGC says they want to protect us. Maybe we can't handle the truth. I don't know, maybe. Maybe that's a good enough reason to not reveal any deep secrets. Also, I think that even if you told people all the secrets, they wouldn't believe you. You could tell them, matter of fact, the full truth, show evidence, and people would still trust idols or leaders over their own better judgments. It's happened so many times, it happens constantly. Z-Proxy says, work not by us, it's part of the system we are in, like a program in a VM. Alright, this is a good topic. So Z-Proxy and this whole deep dive into, are we in a matrix, right? Are we in a program? Okay, let's say you're in a program. Does it change the steak? Does it change the drink? Does it change the relationship? Does it change this stream? No. Right? So saying a slave that we're slaves like Neo in the Matrix, or that we're like Truman in the Truman Show. Let's think about that, right? Truman is actually babied and protected, right? Truman is actually the one who has it the easiest. Everybody who has to act out in front of Truman, that must be really difficult to play second fiddle for basically perpetually. God, the guy who's sitting up in the moon during the Truman Show, he has to sit and meet his bottom line throughout. He can't lose Truman. If Truman stops acting or figures out the truth, he's lost a business. Ultimately, Jim Carrey in the Truman Show is the freest character and the most protected character in the whole so-called simulation. But it's read opposite. And then Neo, right? Again, also totally protected. He's given the answers immediately. They try and protect him at every turn. He's almost like a damsel in distress in a way. So all the stories, and I mean, go through like Dark City, go to Tron, go to all these things where somehow we're trapped by a computer system, is forgetting that computers are made by us, which means we'll always be more powerful than them. And, you know, you think, oh, don't say that, Terminator Skynet is listening. Yeah, they're listening, but the inputs have to come from a human source. And then two, even if it's a spying system, right? Think about all the Terminator movies, how illogical they really are. Like all the here. Also, tell me if you're a Terminator fan. I don't want to like piss anybody off, but if I do, I'm sorry. So like Terminator movies, if the robots really wanted to annihilate humans, it would be super duper easy, right? Like they have unbelievably further advanced technology. They have mega like kaiju style like Terminators, and yet somehow humans are just running around doing things. It's ridiculous. So that in and of itself proves that essentially the evil inherent in the earth needs the audience just as much as essentially the audience needs these evil Illuminati. To be honest, that's really what it actually is. Like, they need you to be elite for them to feel elite, and you need them to feel like you're part of the group. That's what other movies, what other ideas besides Elon or Jeff Bezos or any of these cats talking a little bit obtusely about beware of AI when they're making it, you know? So it's hypocritical. I'll say I think it's totally, like, AI could easily be used to wipe out the human race. But I still think somehow deep down it's much better to have a race of people that comply. 65 to 75% of people comply with everything. You don't care about the remainder. Right? Happy sheep, happy customers. So it's not like I'll tell you, like, just to make it even, to get into a tiny bit more. So think about it. Truman Show and Neo has this seductive quality of the fact that it's all about you. Because they make it about Neo. It's like, you are the one that's going to sit. It's like Jack and Lost. It's like Heroes. It's like Superman and Batman. These guys are not good, right? Like, they're not inherently good characters. But they get everything handed to them. Just everything handed to them. I was talking about Harrison Ford. I watched Indiana Jones the other day because I love Indiana Jones. But he gets things, he works for it, but he gets things handed to him the whole movie. So it's a screenwriter's device to make the hero look more impressive. And this is something that's happens now in all movies, right? And songs too. It happens in rap and it happens in TV. What's up, Justice Alexander Bideau? Just walked into this. Yeah, I'm dissecting why it is that people resonate with the idea of being in a matrix. Like, people want to be in a matrix. Like, it's not like people don't want to be in the matrix. People would be really disappointed if Alex, my dude, get off your knees, sheeple. Not Alex Jones. David Icke, sorry, not Alex. David Icke, or David Icke, the ex-footballer. The ex-footballer talking about get off your knees, sheeple. Saturn is a radio. The moon's an amplifier. Okay, so David Icke is a brilliant speaker. Like, he has an incredibly good voice, incredibly great delivery. He was a good-looking, like, handsome model level, like, football player, and had wherewithal to basically write all these books. Most of the stuff that people think about when it comes to reptilians and like reptilian royals, drinking baby blood, enslaving humanity with the Nephilim. I mean, this one guy propagated so much of this information, and he was fed by handlers for years. And you have to really think about these concepts of, like, why people want a post-apocalypse or why people want to live in the Matrix. Because it's again, it comes back to one thing, which is salvation. You're looking for something besides the thing that you have, for some way to be saved. And see, it's not because you're a bad person. It's because this is why the whole oscillation of reality happens in plasma. You yearn, and you either get or you don't. And this is what creates our reality. This is what consciousness is this yearning. So I don't mean to call it, like, to talk about it from a I'm above it. I'm completely in it. But I still think that to go back to saying Truman was the most protected, Neo was the most protected. And so everyone says, oh, look, they're fooling me. They're tricking me with this matrix, right? All the ads are there to manipulate me. All the social media there is to, like, map my face and my eye movements, right? This is what everybody thinks. I mean, it's not, you know, and you still have people like WikiLeaks and watch the crazy banners that start appearing under my video. You have a lot of these cats who talk about this privacy thing, but they forget that Bell Atlantic recorded all phone calls from day one. Every spell check you've ever done on a computer recorded everything you ever wrote. The phone lines have been tapped since since inception. So think about how much effort and time is spent on this idea that we have some sort of privacy. There's privacy. Or we're losing privacy, right? Or so anyway, to get back to kind of where I was going with simulation theory. Simulation theory is very seductive, and this is why I suspect that it's less fruit bearing than this idea that humans are grown along a Birkeland filament. This Birkeland filament looks like the solar system, looks like the universe. Therefore, anything at the largest scale, everything at the smallest scale, harmonically resonates and sort of looks like a symmetrical human being along a coaxial Birkeland filament. It sounds really dry, but way cooler than this idea that somehow either your masters are going to free you, or somehow you're going to break free from the egg sac or the prison mind matrix. Yeah, so greetings, Ellie Wynn, and whoever else is joining. Let's see. Wingmaker's Poetry Interpreted says, the moon is a quarter the diameter of Earth at the distance of 238,000 miles. How can this thing turn around the Earth? I think just if you go to your sink and pour some soap in it and create bubbles, you'll see that there is this fractal nature of bubbles, recursion, right? Big bubbles connected with one another, and then little ones around it, and then little ones around that, and little ones around that, and they all pack. If you can explain why that happens, then you can explain why and how planets orbit, and why planets are formed, why stars are formed, and the entire motion of the universe by just looking at a little bit of bubbles in a sink. It'll dawn on you that things can get packed, right? So the moon is packed in a sort of foam or etheric plasma, and it functions based on this geometry. It's a push and pull of forces that finds things in equilibrium, and it spirals like a Birkeland filament and like a Fibonacci spiral in different wave fronts, rarefactions, and compressions. If you follow the geometry, you'll see that, and I don't speak to you specifically, I think the question is a good one. What are orbits? But when you understand the dielectric inertial plane of this geometry, it's something Ken Wheeler has talked about in depth. This is where eyeballs are formed in the sockets. This is where planets are formed in orbit, or end up becoming captured bodies that are trapped in plasma layers around a center body. And then that body is made up of the same type of shape that it itself embodies. So it's a recursive shell structure. It's the only way I can imagine it now, and because I look at things and you can superimpose this geometry on top of everything, and it works. I always say almost, but it works reliably. Yeah, what's up, Tex Murphy? Dawn on you, yeah. It's always somebody who thumbs down the stream. I don't know if it's like just a reliable bot thumb down or an ex-TBSer, but it's okay. It keeps me humble. Keeps me humble. Thanks for all the love, though. I do appreciate it. What's up, Globus Hystericus? Looks like I'm late to the party. Ever come across Ken Wheeler? I guess you haven't maybe listened to me enough, because I've been screaming about Ken for since like the first Take Back Space show. I was like, guys, have you listened to Angry Photographer? Have you? I had a Ferrocell early 2016. I will sing the praises of Ken very highly, although you got to take him when you're in the mood, because for me, he has a bit of a dark side, like a not a bad side, but a kind of slightly cynical side. That is, if he ever listens to this and hears it, I don't know. But I love Ken, but yeah, he definitely, he lost his wife to a brain tumor. That must have been unbelievably difficult. He knows so much, goddamn, so many things in so much detail. It must be insane to carry that kind of information. And in your shells, in your plasma shells. But he's taught me so much. So he's a fundamental piece to the puzzle, and I've recommended him countless times. So definitely, I think you should probably go check out more of his work if you just stumbled across him. But always a good opportunity. Like, straight up though, like he does have this cynical side where he talks down to people a little bit, and I don't think he even realizes how much so. And especially because the people who come to his channel are just really just regular people who are looking to figure things out. Not everybody's a fanatic. And then the second part of it is that that in general he has a little bit of the catastrophism, like government's taking control, got to go live off the grid. And I'm like, okay, I got it. Like, you can't, for me, once you realize that death is part of life and that we all have to die and it's fully zen, I don't see the point in kind of escaping what is fundamentally yourself. Let's see. Yeah, 10 years he sat with her, I think, is what he said, and she slowly deteriorated. I mean, that can break anybody, so I give Ken a full pass. Also, yeah, if you want to see that kind of interaction where it's both attractive and repulsive, if you check the Primer fields, the David Laplacian Primer field videos, you'll see how magnets organize themselves in nested hexagonal grids, and they maintain equal distance, or not equal, but they maintain a certain distance apart while also adhering to the greater organizational hexagonal lattice. It's so apparent. It happens in all forms, and it's happening it's on our moon right now. Look at those two. Sea of Serenity at the top, Sea of Tranquility underneath it. Once you really just shake this notion that lunar craters are, one, circular, that two, all features on the moon were created via bombardment, and then three, that planets and moons can interact electrically, you can completely start reassessing the surface of the moon from a fundamentally sound standpoint, right? Like, what's going on with these hexagons on the moon? And then you put it side by side with a butterfly, and you put it side by side with a honeycomb, you put it side by side with a molecule, and you start seeing, you're like, wait, there's this interaction between a side by side hexagon. What's going on here? And then add Ken's work, add Eileen McCusick's work, add Rupert Sheldrake's morphogenetic field, where he proposes that information in these etheric fields is encoded in the form of complex fractals or cymatic patterns that you guys have seen on Chladni plates or in those cymatics videos. And you're like, wow, that sand is arranging itself in a certain configuration that looks geometric. Okay, so what is that? That, if you were to imagine that in shells around your human body, that is a combined moment in time plus all the sense parameters that go along with it. There are some memories that you smell really well. There are some memories that you remember visually. There are some memories that you remember only through touch. And these different cymatic patterns in 3 dimensions are encoded in the plasma layer around your human body, and that's how we carry all our information and memories with us at all times until we die, in which case these layers collapse and all the information is scattered back into the etheric plasma around it. sounds arrogant, right? But it makes so much sense to me physically. And go ask any philosopher, natural philosopher, or theoretical physician, or doctor, or politician, how we exist at all. How does consciousness work? How does the moon stay in orbit? Why does your hand look like the bands of Jupiter? Why does a tree look like a bacteria, look like us, look like the Laniakea superstructure of our universe? None of these people are thinking about it or talking about it or have any concept of it. And so when it comes to, here's my segue back to matrix simulation theory. Okay, let's say we're in a simulation. Wouldn't it behoove us to start from a fundamental standpoint of seeing how the structure looks? Right? This geometry that I'm proposing, or that I'm remixing from a bunch of really brilliant people and saying, hey, this looks like the set of matrix glasses, or they live glasses. This is the matrix code by which to see how things are actually structured. And what is the great answer? The great answer is that once you see how they're structured, you see that it looks just like you. Therefore, you're the ultimate godhead in configuration of a human. Therefore, who is the great, not Zod, who's the guy in Truman Show? I'm forgetting it. Let me find this guy. Truman Show. Christoph. Christ of. So Ed Harris plays this role constantly, right? But still, I think if you go back and rewatch Truman Show and look at it from a perspective of all these other people who have to live out their lives in relation to being second fiddle to Truman, and they're bound to this show, whereas Truman, like, if he's tripped, would never, would have the best chance at survival because he's so protected. All right, let's see what's going on in the chat. Justice Alexander says, TBS, that kind of explains why when I take a break from rendering sacred geometry, I see forms of that same or similar geometry manifest in my inner mind eye with my eyes closed. Before I ever saw a computer vision of that, I used to rub my eyes, and this is my personal story as a kid, and I'd see golden nested hexagons. And I was like, oh, that's just crazy. That's just my mind making that up. To be able to answer that now from a fundamental standpoint of like, yes, this is how the brain interprets information through this nested hexagonal crystal lattice. Okay. So yeah, so moon's very high up, therefore it's right in the middle of kind of a cold front, or the air current at a certain altitude. And this is so typical if y'all have been on the stream before, where the moon cannot stay in focus for more than a second. I think as it crosses the apex, and I'm going to stay on for a little bit here. I just need to take a little break. I'll be back in a few. But yeah, moon is in focus, if anybody's wondering. Or as focused as it can be. And I got squeaky chair syndrome tonight. Let's pick the correct tune. Here, this is Hollow Moon. This should work. Staring at a trillion bright lights. Where the hell are you? Oh, my heart is wide open, wide open, wide open. Driving to a million far sights. Got twice, feel right, no device. Calling, are we reaching the moon? I'm drifting on the here. Moonlight. It's getting a little clearer, as you can see. It's finally crossing over. So in the next, like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, it's going to get super sharp, I can tell. What's happening in alternate reality? Let me know if you can hear this guitar okay. Let's see, NGC asking me, hey Captain, can you talk about music and how binaural, right? Binaural beats work? I think, so it's really interesting, and it's also not for everybody, right? Like, I've had weird experiences using binaural frequency resonances, some of those YouTube videos. And not weird, just like you can kind of get nauseous or get dizzy depending on, because the ear balance, and I think the amount of water in the ear is so sensitive and attuned to us existing in this perfect equilibrium right here. But really, like G-forces and things, for example, like binaural or hypnosis, there are ways to kind of drive the human consciousness to experience certain types of vibrations that might be uncomfortable to it. And I feel like it also kind of merges in this realm of, sonic weaponry and stuff like that, where, music can be toxic, right? Or sounds can be damaging, or light can be damaging in different quantities, right? It's also so funny to think about those things, think about how just things that seem inherently good can be used for terrible things, and terrible things can be used for great successes sometimes. So that was not very eloquent, but just the relativistic operations of both good and bad together is what makes things. What's going on, Jedi Princess? What's happening? And everybody hanging out. Let's do some live tunes here. Scrubbing, grabbing my lyrics. And pulling up the chat at the same time. That's cool. Alright, let's start off with some Calling My Mind. Rainy windshield, the finest shark field behind you. I'm ready to feel the call is for real, we're coming. Put your love into the forces, your only loss is reversing. The rainy windshields, you watch them come of age. Ancient lovers walking down the Tetris corners. They're launching higher lovers through the mirrors at last. Through their dark past, ancient lovers walking down the Tetris corners. The overarching column down from Saturn and Mars. Through my glass sky bodyguards. Don't you question the whole. Don't you question the whole. Don't you question the hole in my heart. calling my mind. What you gonna say? Said you're calling my mind. I'm telling me you're late. Said you're calling my mind, calling my mind. What you gonna say? Said you're calling my mind, calling my mind. Telling me you're wait, telling me you're wait. Ancient lovers walking down the Tetris corners, Tetris corners. They're launching higher others through the mirrors of lights. Through the dark past, ancient lovers walking down the Tetris corners, Tetris corners. The overarching column down from Saturn and Mars, and through the glass sky bodyguards. But don't you question the whole? Don't you question the whole? Don't you question the whole in my heart? All right, I got through that. A little sloppy, but I got all the words right for one of the first times. I always space out on this chorus. I'm just like, which one comes first? Because that's how it goes sometimes with your tracks. What's up, Rockstar? What's up, A2U? What's up, anybody else hanging out? Okay. This weather, baby, yeah. All I know is you better look out for me. When you float, you're falling like a feather, yeah. Everyone who loves you, loves you, loves you, loves you, loves you best. Storm is coming, baby, yeah. And everyone who knows you, knows you, knows you, knows you, knows you best will float. Formidable opponent, angry crackpot. Formidable opponent, dangerous lecture. Formidable opponent, you can walk out. Formidable opponent, think you have the choice. Formidable opponent, angry crackpot. Formidable opponent, dangerous lecture. Formidable opponent, you can walk out. Formidable opponent, think you have the choice. The moon is calling, a souvenir. As soon as rescue, retourner, fixing the foam, mixing your liquids, now you're left for dead. Just pay your debts and float. The moon is calling, a souvenir. As soon as rescue, la retourner, on fixing the foam, mixing your liquids, now you're left for dead. Just pay your debts and float. Formidable opponent, angry crackpot. Formidable opponent, dangerous lecture. Formidable opponent, you can walk out. Formidable opponent, think you have the choice. One more time. Formidable opponent, dangerous lecture. Formidable opponent, angry crackpot. Formidable opponent, and no telling what you're gonna do next but flow. Thanks, TJ. I shall adjust. It's because Yeah, it's like so high up and the scope is really trying to keep up. Ooh, come back. Come back, buddy. Come back. Yeah, the foreground doesn't know what to do when the moon's this high up. It's like, should I go fast? Should I go slow? Alright, here we go, centering our moon. I love it. The Terminator is cutting right through, what is it? Tycho at the bottom, Petavius, and then at the top, Mare Imbrium, Archimedes right at the edge, Plato, Sinus Iridum, Mare Frigoris, and then prominently Serenity, Tranquility, Chrysium, Fecunditatis Nectaris. All sitting there proving my point. I mean, all sitting there looking like electrical scarification. What's up, Ian Kendall? What's happening? And everybody hanging out. Alright, that was Formidable Opponent. Finally worked out the chords, or just like made up some chords for that bridge. I think it's alright. I think it works. How about some Cadet? How about it? Feel what you feel, you got to know when to speak. Better believe me, this is what you seek. Love what you know, you got to learn how not to fall. Better believe me, want to tell you all. Think what you want, but I can't listen to the news. Better believe you, soon we cannot lose. With the helicopters in the background, feel how we bleed. You cut to know just when to heal. Oh yeah, better believe it, this is why you're real. Know what you don't, and just know when not to call. Oh, better believe it, will you tell us all? Think what you want, and don't just listen to the blues. You better believe you, still we cannot lose. It's part of the way a school performs, but it's not my kind of love, little girl. It's part of the way a school performs. When I'm inside out, I'm outside up. It's part of the way a fool performs. Can't be a toy forever. It's part of the way a school performs. When I'm inside out, I'm outside up. Oh, that's just the way you steal my cool. Your literature eyes break all the rules, cooking up every sunken goose, slowly tightening my noose. I think that's just what you want from me. And don't go playing by the rules. Don't go playing by the rules. Whoa, let's run it. tamale time. I don't know why YouTube stopped you from writing tamale, but what's up, Red Rum? Bruh, I'm here. What up? Helly's in the background. Yeah, exactly. Ian Kendall says, into astronomy for 40 plus years. One of my favorite nebulas, M16, 8, 42, etc. Hell yeah. I've only captured a few. I actually captured all of those, but M42 is really the only one that we get reliably. The rest take a bunch of effort. What's the Trifid Nebula? Because that one's also pretty possible. You know what's happening, Michael Stiller? Next time we go to the moon, we should build huge Nazca lines with a happy face or a private part, you know, so that when we're extinct and the next civilization emerges, it knows that we were into potty humor. I'm just kidding. But, yeah, Nazca lines? Maybe. Maybe. I think we already have those, although we have a bunch of features on the moon that look like that. And I wonder if Nazca lines are carved. I mean, maybe some are carved, maybe some are electrical scars that look like the Stickman stone. That's M20, thank you. Going through my list here, seeing. All right, let's try Game of Life again. I don't want nobody else but you. No colors anymore. I need you to be true. 'Cause I don't want nobody else but you. No colors anymore. How can you be true? 'Cause I don't want nothing else, no, oh, nothing else to do. 'Cause this is the game of life. Not 'cause I tell you, oh, welcome to the game of life. Do what you want to do through life. Let me scroll. Not 'cause I tell you, oh, welcome to the game of life. Do what you want to do. The time and sphere. See the light turn gray. You do no damage here. And through the eyes of Ray. Come on, the price is right. Oh, but only if you want to. Oh, give in your precious right. Oh, and do what you want to do. Is right. Oh, but only if you want to. Oh, give in your precious light and do what you want to do. Yeah. All right. Little game of life. That was a little bit better than yesterday. What about Yeah, let's see if I can get through this one. This moon as well. Yeah, I'd like to figure out how to sing this one correctly. Oh, maybe it's, I'm singing in the wrong key, so. Maybe not this time. How about Hurricane? Let me see, maybe I have the lyrics here. I do forget that one. Oh, it's tough to sing Hurricane. I had that one take that was good. Here we go. I've got the lyrics. Let's try it. Hurricane. What's up, Astralis? Did I say hi to you? And John Pershing, what's happening? And everybody hanging out. If I missed you, leave me a shout. Let me know that you're here. Or just continue to lurk. A couple more live tunes here, and then I'm going to switch up the moon. See, don't slow me while you feel no wind for the ones you left, and I crawl up beside you in your mind. You're my hurricane. No, see when I lost you. See when I lost you. You're my hurricane. No love that I lost you. Love that I lost you. You're my hurricane. Downwind, picking up all the pieces of your head. And you rising after, and we fly, fly. You're my hurricane. I screwed that up. You're my hurricane. No fear when I lost you. Fear when I lost you. You're my hurricane. No love, now I lost you. No love, now I lost you. You're my hurricane. Yeah, it's a tough one. Tough one to hear the jump from like. It's really interesting. So G minor to B minor there. Tough one. What is happening, everybody? Couple more tunes and we'll switch out the moon. Let's get zoomed in here and see some more of these craters. Loving where the Terminator line's looking tonight. 59, I think, like 60% basically illuminated tonight. Waxing gibbous, 7:57 p.m. East Coast, edge of space. Yet another live stream with y'all. If you're new, please check out the description for FAQ and old playlists if you're interested in seeing what the channel's about. Ask questions if you're, and all our regulars are so helpful. Let's see. We all have our places to play. We'll play in between, fighting against the dream. Build a world with nothing to break but ourselves. Apparitions that we bleed through, that we bleed through. If we feel your open wide soul modulation, it's tough. You just can feel this ride so high, your love I'm craving, yeah, but I can't feel it till you, oh no, yeah, bring me back, you bring me back, out of the cold, you know, bring me back. Yeah, I have to practice that one a bit more. All out of range there. All right, time to take a little break. I think I'm just getting scratchy. Time to get my drink refreshed. Y'all remember live music? Y'all remember peace? Y'all remember good times? Miguel Gonzalez. Hello, everyone. I have arrived. I have arrived. It is chilly. My feet are freezing, just like last night. That's probably why I'm like feeling danky. Dank. Oh, right. So anybody asking about covers, I think it was Ian and Justice. So, yeah, my country has been flagged. My channel's been banned from streaming for 3 months twice now because of, what is it, maybe Horse with No Name, or maybe like my cover of, I don't know, maybe it was my cover of Steel Pulse or something like that. But anyway, I've basically made private all the videos where I do covers, including the ones that I've recorded, and I stopped entirely, like 100%, doing cover songs. Unfortunately, it's just not worth the risk, because they can straight up, they can straight up stop me. They just did it actually this summer between July and October. For 3 months, I couldn't stream because they went back to one of my first videos where I did the Eagles, probably. That's what it was. Yeah, it was maybe like One of These Nights or something. So I love cover songs, love cover songs, but super bummer that I can't just sit here and jam. We used to do Bowie, like, yeah, I dare not even flag that I used to do cover songs. So the first 100 150 videos, I think I took down. But anyway, I have them all on, I might make them available one day, a giant archive when people can just download hundreds of gigs. I'll just put all the shows together in one giant lump archive, and you can hear all the covers I used to do. Yeah, Creep is actually, I played that song so many times, and then I really didn't know that it was the Hollies, Air That I Breathe. And I really like the Hollies version. Or not version. I really like the Air That I Breathe. And Creep still stands on its own, but definitely that chord progression makes the whole thing. Yeah, shame. Shame. Let's get back to this. So I had this chat popped out. What's going on? So got lots of people in the chat. Thanks for hanging out. 8 o'clock. Let's go to some tunes here and a little break for me. This is a fun one called Your 5 Leaves. It's an old demo about you know what. An old one. Damn. Alright, moon's getting a little bit clearer. It's finally crossed over the south mark, the apex. And yeah, I don't know, I wanted to zoom in, but I'm not sure it's clear enough yet. So this is, the kind of blurriness is due to the cold front moving through. Right now it's definitely cold and hot air mixed. Let's wait it out a little bit longer. See what's going on in the chat room. What's going on, Brock Schmal? And everybody hanging out. Let's see. Yeah, let's play some more tunes. Whoa. And not break bottles. Of course the damn lighter is broken. Let's find another lighter. You know that moment when you need a lighter? Okay, so let's keep going. Maybe I'll just ad-lib some songs here. Atmospheric aberration, exactly. But I'm almost certain it's because it's both very warm and you can feel the cold current moving through. It's a certain jet stream or air stream, air pocket. And it happens very reliably when the moon is the highest point above me, especially during winter months like this. Yeah, did you hear me try my lighter? That sounds like every 90s song. I'm just looking here to see maybe there's something that I can play for y'all. I've been beaten from the heart, I know, no lie. I've been thinking about you all night, why, no lie. I've been waiting for your white light, you know why. I've been thinking about your hot eyes, so call me up, 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 and let's get down, 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 yo, down, down, down. So call me up, 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 and let's get down, 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 down. Je t'attends mon amour sensuel, assis la main qui la même si même, achetant un plaisir même, à l'école en misère même. Je suis la même que ton avant et les chaque jour. Je t'attends mon amour, à les mecs c'est rêvé, et le monde magnétique, c'est l'amour magnifique, l'amour magnifique. Oh, cool running, no lie. No lie, said you're cool running, no lie, you're cool running, your hot eyes, so call me up, 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 and let's get down, 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 you're down, 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 so call me up, up, up. Up, 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 and let's get down, 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 down. So call me up, up, up. Oh, down, down, down. So call me up, up, up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Down, 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 down. So call me up, up, up. Ooh, let's get up to tell you, coming up, coming up. Coming up. Ooh la la. Ooh la 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 la. All right, that was a pretty okay. Actually, I got through the French bit. This is like playing one of those video games where it's like the part in the song where it's really difficult and you start failing. Guitar Hero. Was it double speed? I'm gonna figure out that riff. It's so y'all must have noticed, and or musicians must have noticed. I play very simple chords when I perform live here, because if I try and do like complex rhythms or things like that, it's so difficult to actually think about the lyrics and sing them properly if you're doing riffs. Now, that's not to say that people can't do it. There are a lot of like unbelievable singer-songwriters that can play like finger picking, hybrid picking, complex riffs and different time signatures and also sing. So I try, but I play it safe just to get through all the songs reliably. Anyway, confessions of a singer-songwriter. Should we do catch again? All right. I thought catch worked, especially because I'm playing in, basically it's in D, right? So what am I playing? I'm playing in C minor now because it's a whole step down. This guitar is guitar B. Guitar B, guitar B. Let me know balance of guitar and voice. I don't want to overpower the guitar too much, and I also, yeah. So let's do this. When I left home in 17, I couldn't tell you I was living the dream. What could I do for a while I played the field? How could I prove the hidden yield without the blues to feel? My heart was cool and left no residue. Catch me if you fall, catch me if you're low. The moon goes high and up like friends you used to know. Catch me if you're low. I love you, take a good look, it's a simulation. Wake up in solitary, wake up, it's imaginary. Oh man, don't you know your life is worth more than this? Yeah. Catch me if you fall, catch me if you're low. High and up, like love you used to know. Catch me if you fall, catch me if you're low. I love you, take a good look, it's a stimulation, wake up in solitary, wake up, it's January, yeah man, don't you know, your life is worth more than this, yeah, what would you have me do, it's stimulation, wake up in solitary, wake up, it's January, oh man, don't you know, your life is worth more than this, yeah, catch me if you fall, catch me if you're low, la la la, the moon goes high and up, you fools beside, don't spin my heart, all the love you missed in your mind, oh, you're fools beside, don't play my heart. Your mama came and swept you up, went and married your high school lover, said you wanted some perfect life or something. I never had that envy, oh, but your mom came and swept you up, went and married your high school sweetheart. Said you wanted some kids or something. I never had that envy. I never had that envy. But I've been waiting for you so long here, so long here, so long here, so long. I've been living around so high, I survived you and you and me, we had history, but crimes don't delay, say my name and then we'll stray far above, far, far above. Our industry's complete. Me, industry's complete. king home. Little excursion there. Let's see if I can. Is the moon a crescent? No, the moon is a gibbous. We're at 60% roughly, so moving into the next phase after the first quarter. Yesterday it was basically 50%, right after crescent. Half a moon cake. Just jamming here, just jamming here. Speedways running slowly down my heart into my feet beyond the rocks of fear until it's gone and we're still tripping strong, sequence rider. Trying to get that key. Sleepless rider. Sleepless rider. This one's tough. A little bit tougher. Like no other. I'll take your hair down and roll around in someone's heart. We always play along. Your moment seems to reach until it's gone. We're still tripping strong. Man, butchering it tonight. Sorry. Not happening. I'll see me crash and burn. Hearing me crash and burn. That happens sometimes, but I have to practice that a bit better. Jedi Princess asking a good question, but I'm pretty sure it's the same moon for everybody, everywhere. I don't think you see a different moon in the southern hemisphere. It's just, I think the orientation is a little bit different. What else can we get? Yeah, that last one has just like such a weird chord change. It's hard to shift the brain into that. I actually ended up recording it in 2 separate parts. All right. I was stolen by the rock star don't know what they're killing for. Staring up at those familiar lights, enormous. Don't make me pay the cost. I wanna live another day. Of course, but what does it all mean? Is it all just one bad dream? Oh, but I'm trying to forgive, locking those lips to break them apart. The diamonds in orbit, sparkling tricks to sweeten the spoils. You're stuck in the coil that I can't pay forever. I believe without you, love, but I can't pay forever. Say, where does this feeling come from? Where do I get the right to ask such outrageous questions? Where does this feeling come to? Where do I get the right to ask such outrageous questions? Where does this feeling get us? Oh, where will this feeling take us? Now I know I have the right to ask those outrageous questions, 'cause I'm trying to forgive, locking those lips to break them apart. Diamonds in orbit, sparkling tricks to sweeten the spoil. You're stuck in the coil, 'cause I can't pay forever. I believe without your love, but I can't pay forever. I believe without your love, that I can't pay forever. But I'm trying to forgive. Alright, what else? One more here before I take a little break. I realize I'm hunching over pretty badly. Yeah, let's do the classic. It's a prism dagger. Have to say a word. You can love other people. Just forget about what you heard. I believe we make it beautiful. I believe there's another way. I'm real, there's a simpler way. I believe there's another way. Do you feel there's a better way? You don't have to say a word. You can love other people. Just forget about what you heard. And I believe we make it beautiful. Yeah. Channel my life, shining through the prism dagger, sharing my love, turning it to pink and violet, chilling in wine. Shining through the prism dagger, chilling in wine. Cause no matter what you do, chasm of life. Shining through the prism dagger, losing my mind. The plasma dragon rivers in time, chasing through the chasm, dragging rhythms in time, and they the line. So what does it matter anyway? Forgetting my lines with rhythm in time. Oh, yeah. You ain't got a lot to say, head in the sand, dogs running around. Yo, pickle farm, hazing in hand, with a real posse showing up, hazing the range from the legs down to the electrical charge. Said I'm putting on a rain cloud, pulling myself back to the years calling, and I feel this full-on vibration. You don't have to say a word, you can love other people, just forget about what you heard. I believe you make it beautiful, I believe you make it beautiful. Channel my light, shining through the prism dagger, sharing my love, turning it to pink and violet, healing my light, shining through the prism dagger, chilling in wine. It costs no matter what you do, chasm of life, shining through the prism dagger, losing my mind, recalling through the chasm dagger, chasing this high, moving through the plasma dragon, rhythms in time, rhythms in time. Oh, oh, oh. Chilean wine. Perfect. Chilean wine, it costs no matter what you do. Last Rizla, you took it from me. Very next day, you smoked it away. This channel might not get flagged if I use these chords this time. I'm sure I just got a copyright thing. Damn. I knew I should have refrained. Although Last Rizla would be the funniest cover song, spoof song ever. Yo, Ian Kendall, you have a great night. Thank you for your presence. Yeah, I'd love to do some Steel Pulse, but yeah, not even gonna chance it. Not even gonna chance it. Damn the tube. Let me see, do I have any other tracks here that I can play for y'all? I can try Dreamboat, let me see, but it's always such a mess. It's insane inside this trouble. Oh, what you really care for you, always for you. Say it's insane, don't want no trouble. always for you. Tell me something I'd rather call my whole life. Oh, long enough to say no walls left to put up. Everything away, tied up, that up, living on and on, on and on. Old enough to say, let's call that whole get up. And everyone obey the dance and don't give up. Ain't no friend of mine, ain't no friend of mine after living on and on, on and on. You see, it's insane inside this trouble. Oh, would you really care for you? Always for you. It's insane, no want no trouble. Would you really care for you? Always for you. Yo, TJ, have a great night. Thanks for hanging out for so long. Catch you on the next one, friend. What up, Morningstar Story? What's happening? Yeah, just messing with the versions here tonight. That was a little bit of Dreamboat. Man, that is complicated to sing because of that E flat. What is it? E flat diminished? It's not really an E flat diminished. That's an E flat diminished. I don't know, but because I have, when I record it, I have overtones, and I go to the F sharp minor over the E flat, and it kind of centers the vocal line. But singing it alone is just like total mind F. Da 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 da, ya da ya da da. La da 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 da. Feel like every song starts this way, halfway through a chord sequence. You could say it might be more interesting if you started everything off kilter. It happens to be not so easy. Start off this way, halfway through. In this way, it's all for you to see. All for you to see. For me to write about when you want to complain about the world. For you to feel. For me to write about when you just see the worst in everything. When you see the worst in me, I'm now ready to tackle your lyrics. I'm not ready, I'm not ready. Getting weird over here. Getting weird, keeps digging. 11 and 11 keeps digging. Can you do release me? What's release me? Release me. Is that rise up? No. Which one's release me in GC? Elaborate. Do you remember any of the other words? Yeah, keeps digging 7. What's that thumbnail mean? What does my thumbnail say? Saturn overtakes Jupiter. So if you jump back to the beginning of the stream, it's what, 2.5 hours now. You probably can't get back to the opening. But the great conjunction of yesterday was continuing today, where Saturn overtook Jupiter and had the same type of shot as yesterday, even, I would say, arguably, not cooler, but pretty damn cool. So when this video archives, you can go back and check that view. So that's what the thumbnail is, I think. Saturn overtakes Jupiter. But right now, we're at our waxing gibbous moon at 60% illuminated, following it from Central Florida, playing y'all some jams on my rickety little acoustic guitar. Oh, the antidote. Release me from this. Yeah, I've never actually played that. Let's see. Huh. That's a good one. But have I ever played that? Huh. I do. I have the lyrics. But... Right. Alright. But I don't have any chords. Let's see if I can decipher the chords. Let me pull up the actual song here. I like this. This is good. This I haven't done before. Except all the other times that I did it before. How's this go? Alright. Nobody, but this is no lie. This is nobody, this is no lie. This is your body, but this is your lie. This is your body, but this is your lie. It's nobody, but this is no lie. This is your body, this is no lie. This is your body, this is no lie. This is your body, this is no lie. Oh, release me from this dream. Release me from this dream. Oh, release me from this dream. Call my name. Oh, this is your body, but this is no lie. This is your body, but this is no lie. This is your body, but this is your lie. This is nobody, but this is your lie. This is nobody, but this is no lie. This is your body, but this is no lie. Saving your body, but this is no lie. This is your body, but this is no lie. Oh, release me from this dream. Call my name. Won't come, 'cause it's just run, the tears won't come. Oh, over and over. Say it. This is your body, but this is no lie. This is nobody, but this is no lie. This is your body, but this is no lie. This is your body, but this is no lie. This is your body, but this is no lie. This is your body, but this is no lie. This is your body, but this is no lie. This is nobody, but this is my life. And this is my line. This is my life. This is my life. Oh, release me from this dream, honey. I said, call my name. Yeah, release me from this dream. Hell yeah, that was out of nowhere. Thank you for recommending that song. Oh, Miguel, thank you. Tackle that choo-choo tune. First time. Hell yeah. Let's see, what else is on that album? I did Call in My Mind earlier. I did Formidable Opponent, right? I did Trying to Forgive. I played Strut. Should I play Strut? I played all of them. Well, I haven't played Light of the Moon. I haven't played Strut, but is it a classic show or is it a make it weird, get freaky show? I know what I'd like to play actually. Deep inside your soul, I keep you waiting. I keep deep inside my soul, I keep you waiting. I keep you deep inside my soul, I keep you waiting. Actually, I need a little break real quick. Definitely getting scratchy throat, so I don't want to overdo it without drinking. Let me get a refill, and you see the moon's getting a bit clearer here. Beautiful moon tonight. Howard Ewan, what's happening? Thanks for all the great vibes, everybody. Jedi Princess, I think I did the Cadet maybe before you signed on, actually. I did that tonight. It was pretty good in Drop D. Swedes. So Swede. All right, here's Anecdote, just to see it to hear it side by side. I'll be back in a couple. 8:50 p.m., rolling into 9 over here. Feels like the weekend, but it is midweek. And the holiday season, what a weird time to be alive, everybody. Weird and fun and crazy and just all the things, all the things.
You're my friend there, that's a code of arms. It's the end, so let's just play the odds. You're my friend there, that's a code of arms. Sing along to the end, don't you know, babe? Where your friends at, take it in the arm. And run to the ends of the years. You call me friend now, that's a call to arms. Sing along to the ends of the years. Call your friends so
Man, there were so many lyrics I forgot. So next time I'll get that right. It's a little chilly, y'all, but I had made some pasta, which is awesome, so I just chowed down for like 2 seconds here. Got a little energy. What's going on, Loops Deleu? What's up, West Coast? Chemtraily all day. That sucks. Yeah, moon is looking much sharper. I just adjusted it a little bit. And appreciate everybody still hanging out. Man, rolling up to 3 hours here. I don't think I'm going to go past 4 hours, but now we've got like a solid hour with a sharp, shippity sharp moon. So let's get groovy. Right at the top, that Apennine mountain range is looking amazing. That's a little out. Ooh, sorry. Let me mute for a moment. Alright, I think that's better. Like I said, this one's really tough. This guitar always goes out of tune. Oh, when the rebel comes up, oh, fade the sound up, my dear. We spent a long time in my dream. Holds up. Mysterious situations come to you, and I tune up my gills, and we step into the surface. Oh, oh, wild wizard, into the black lands we break, flying blue heart. Cast all those shadows away. Go wild wizard, fly into the blackness you dream. Try to reconfigure that. Alright, let's try that the right way. NGC, I think I just did Trying to Forgive. Like 4 songs ago. I'm thinking about yesterday. Alright, I was gonna do Pulling Me Back. This is this one. Up and cutting right through the atmosphere so blue. The sounds fade up, my dear. It's been a long time and my mind holds up. Mysterious situations come to you when I tune up my gills and step into the surface. Got to get together. Oh. Oh, wild wizard, into the black lands we break. Fly, young blue heart, and cast all those shadows away. Go, wild wizard, into the blackness you drave. Fly, young sweetheart, in the host of the shadows vibrate. I keep on pulling myself back from the edge, but I got nothing new to say for myself. But I'm sorry, man, I'm not sorry. I keep on pulling myself back from the edge, but I got nothing real to say for myself. But I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I'm not sorry. I keep on pulling you back from the edge, but I got nothing new to ask of you. But I'm sorry, and you're not really sorry. Ooh, wild wizard, into the black lands we break. Fly, young blue heart, to cast all those shadows away. Go, wild wizard, into the blackness you drave. Fly, young sweet lark, in the hosts of the shadows vibrate. Yeah, oh, no, no, no. Ooh, no, 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 no. Done all the classics, right? Just see what else I got. What else do I got on the cooker? Yeah. Campfire tune, oh campfire tune. I got a campfire tune for you. Give me a hit of love and I'll go home. A really sincere hook to get me right, to get me right. Just a hit of love and I'll go on, I'll go on. Talking till the night is come and gone, come and gone. Give me the truth and I'll go home. Raving about the world, but nothing's right, nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. Just a hit of rye and I'll go home, I'll go home. Dance until the morning plays my song. Yeah, it's all been for you, my dear. Oh, like a sweet star calling you, my dear. It's all been nice for once, but I'll get the heck out. Just love me once, don't let me out. Don't let me out, don't let me, baby. I just want to stay here just a little longer with you. Don't push me off stage like that, I'll wrap it up in my own way, in my own way. In my own special way, I'll wrap it up, I'll wrap it up. Well, yeah. That's called Hit of Love. Oh, little hit of love. I want to play this one, but give me a moment so I can get a reference note. Because this is really one. My favorite thing that I wrote this year is a song called Electric Blood. I don't know why, I don't know how, but it's my fave. Let me see how, if I can play it live.
I've been waiting on the street for days.
No, that's not it. I've been waiting on the street for days. Don't treat me like a fool. I've been sleeping on the street for days. Don't treat me oh so cool. I've been waiting on the porch for years. Don't treat me like you're cool. I've been waiting out to sea for years. Don't play it oh so cool. I've been waiting on the sea for years. Don't tell me it's so cool. And tell you about this dream I've been all along. Don't you know what brings it? Don't you know what soul can sings it? Don't you know what brings it? Don't you know what soul can? We got a cold, cold heart. Got a cold soul. We got a cold, cold heart. Oh, baby, don't let go. Something like that, but I have to work that one out. Let's listen to it together, because I don't know, if any song really embodied how I felt this year, it would be this one. What's up, Dapple Ben? Long time. What's going on? And anybody else joining or hanging out or lurking? It's been a nice long 3-hour stream. Here's some Electric Blood to just bob our heads to.
I've been waiting on the street for days. Don't treat me like a fool. I've been sleeping on the street for days. Don't treat me oh so cruel. I've been waiting on the porch for days. Don't treat me like you're cool. I've been waiting on the sea for years. I've been waiting for the secret all along. And you know what brings it? Don't you know what soul can sing? Singing about this dream so long for you. I've been dreaming about the song. So long for you. I've been singing about the song. So long for you. I've been dreaming about the one with you. I've been singing about this dream. So long for you. Till I see the color of your eyes reflected in the picture I made for you. All along. And you know what brings it. And you know what soul can sing. But you know what brings it. And you know what soul can. We gotta go. And you know what brings it out. And you know what soul
All right, digging into some archive like instrumental guitar jams here, but holy effing Jesus, this shot, and not just the shot, but look at this literally plasma filament to the left of the Apennine range. I mean, this is one of the craziest, straight up one of the craziest all-time shots I've ever gotten of the Apennine range, along with this this twisting filament to the left. I know y'all are seeing this. That is just magical. Look, and the detail on it is extraordinary. I'm not sure like what the hell's going on, but I'm telling you, this is pretty rare for me. Maybe it's just that we're seeing it. Yeah, I don't know. Be honest, I don't see it. Oh, look at that air current going by. Lunar wave? Not lunar wave. Nah, doesn't look like it. Yeah, too much turbulence. Lunar waves are much sharper. But wow, wow. I don't know what to say. I'm kind of floored here, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's like sharpness has been added. Let me see what y'all are saying in the chat room. Tell me if I'm going crazy, because like I know y'all have seen this before, but what is going on here? Fantastic. Fantastic detail. Yeah, what do y'all think? I mean, especially like we've definitely seen this before. Maybe it's just its particular rotation. Maybe we've, because this is the scope looking up pretty high. Kind of at a loss for words, to be honest, at the kind of angularity and the brilliance of this. This is definitely a one of a kind shot. And on the moon, that's pretty rare. So how big are the Apennines? Let's see. 100 meters, 200 meters perhaps. Hadley. I want to say it's 4 miles high. Yeah, 2 to 4 miles. 1, 2, 4. Yep. So let's say, and then the features. I'll sketch and talk. We'll do an Aaron Sorkinson sketch and talk. Let's pull up the paint program. Of course, you see the kind of spooky smiley face, right? Spooky smiley face. And it looks like that because of the shape of reality, not just because our brains are filling it in. Okay, but what's happening? This is Archimedes. Auto-like us? Let me double check. Auto-like this video. No, that's Aristillus. Sorry. And then underneath that is auto-like us. And then you have the Apennine range, and you have Eratosthenes, Eratosthenes, and then this is your crazy plasma thunderbolt. Like just taken, it's like somebody took a picture of it and imprinted it in the regolith. I'll zoom in there more, but I mean that's what I'm looking at. The sharpness that I'm noticing tonight is right here in the square. Like I'm wondering, have I ever seen it this sharp before? Obviously we're having the aberration, but when it's focused, it's just like unbelievable detail. Unbelievable. Like straight up. I don't feign being surprised by things, so when I'm surprised, it's genuine. Wow. Yeah, Ellie Wynn, like OGs tell me how if I'm being crazy, because this looks insane to me right now. Yeah, let's look at this plasma bolt that I'm talking about. Apeninos, the Apennines. And then top near Mare Frigoris are the Alps, the Alpine mountain range. But let's look at this piece for a second and zoom in one layer deeper. Man, I can't believe that these remotes are still IR controlled. It's so ridiculous. I have to be within line of sight with this camera for things to work. That is so sharp. Wow. All right, so let's get this wide shot for a second. So yeah, I told you it's clearing now because it's getting lower on the horizon. It's also across the threshold, and man, that is really a wild shot of the Apennines and Mare Imbrium as well. So I think, what else do I want to do? I want to make sure we're seeing the whole thing in a single frame. Yeah, so y'all can take a real snapshot of it. Just put on a tune while that's happening. All right, and then I keep noodling and noodling and noodling for another 5 more minutes on that one. Little cover, or like my interpretation of Somewhere Over the Rainbow, but very loosely interpreted. However, this moon looks very firm. Let's, I'm zoomed in here at the same region I was before. We got some footage of the wide shot. The air turbulence is just a little bit rough, atmospheric turbulence is a bit rough, but I do want to point out some features that I think I'm seeing for the first time. Honestly, it feels like a first time moment. So this kind of diamond shape is so incredible. I can actually zoom in one layer deeper. Yeah, very interesting. Let's grab paint. Yeah, this thing right here. So fascinating. Tracking is a little bit rough. Yeah, here, I just want it to resolve a little bit, and we can look at that. Now I've highlighted it, so pay attention. Pay a bloody attention, all right? Yeah, I don't know what it is. It looks very interesting. Like almost like an elongated hexagon, but more of a diamond. But then it's got these striations in the middle. It's like, honestly, I love doing new things on Take Back Space, and this is new. It's just I've never really noticed it this clearly before. Man, it is chilly. Damn. Not complaining, just saying it's cold. A little cold. I know it's not even close to cold, but yeah, look at this amazing pareidolia. Almost like a serpent's tongue from the head of a bull. Wait, let's see if I can't sketch y'all some pareidolia for fun. So this forked tongue right here, and that's the nose and the eye, mouth and the neck, the head. Let's see if that comes through okay. I love it. Every time I try and sketch, it's like, oh, let's go really blurry and let's shake and let cars pass by and helicopters come through and ships and snow. But I will persevere. Indeed, Ellie. Jeez, I'm like cold everywhere. Except I'm wearing a jacket, so it's fine. Like the rest of me is just like all exposed. Okay, so you see this one. Okay, cool, that came through. So I'm gonna hide that, and you can see it for y'all's selves. Let me just center it a little bit. Niplonia, Florida. Okay, so this is the plasma bolt I was talking about earlier, and really just as soon as this atmospheric turbulence chills out, we'll be able to see this, but I also need to boost the brightness on it. I start talking like this. There we go. There is our plasma bolt. I mean, it's as if the moon's saying, read me, read me. I mean, like, how is this not talked about in, like, if you typed in, let's see what region this is actually called. I was going to start ranting, and then I realized I have no idea what this region is called. No, it's the Apennines, and then is it even... It's got to be a known feature. Okay, so if the Apennines go that way... Wait, I gotta rotate this. There's Eratosthenes. It's taking me way longer than it should, but let me figure this one out. Okay, so I'm looking at the Apennine range. Let me just adjust this. I really want it to clear up for a second. Come on, everybody. Let's put our heads together. Our willpower. Yeah, so it's right under Eratosthenes. Okay. I guess it's what is it? So weird. It doesn't appear like that. I'll have to look it up a bit further, but I'm in the right area, but it's not appearing the way it does with this kind of spiraling pattern. So follow Eratosthenes. Maybe it's Wallace. It's Wallace or it's Bode. Anyway, so right around that Mons Wolf, Eratosthenes. I don't know. Trying to figure it out, but not exactly finding it right here. But I'm going to stay on it, make sure it resolves so we get that quick capture of it, and then move on to the other regions. I don't know if is the chat glitchy. I don't notice that, but I do get some people like getting flagged for just rando emojis. It says holding comment. Yeah, NASA don't like chat. I don't even know if they bother. It's so easy to just regurgitate the same old thing and just make have other people make videos for them. I don't even know if they pay attention to us, our small little channel here. Yeah, well, veins exactly in your hand look like Lichtenberg figures and also look like rivers and canyons and gullies. It also looks like volcanic lava tubes. And the reason that's the case is because they're all the same type of movement. When you see electric arcing in the laboratory, the way electricity moves across the surface is in this yes, no, yes, no, yes, no snaking figure, and that's why you have these patterns. But even more so, this one looks like it almost looks like veins, nerves. I think it looks that way because it's got to be the same function. Is it really buffering now? Gosh. I don't know. I wish I could say that they're spying on us, but even just from one of the shows that I've done where I talk about consciousness being outside of the body, even saying that out loud, right? You'd think, gosh, that's like such a profound concept for people to just change their entire perception of how reality exists. But I live there, and most people don't, right? And so does NASA know that consciousness is outside? Do they know it's Christmas? Do they know that does NASA know that consciousness and memory exists outside the body? I don't know. What do you guys think? Because I feel like even saying that would set off a whole series of investigations. Not about me, but just figuring out, is that true? So I assume by the fact that we don't hear news articles saying, scientists investigate the concept of human consciousness existing outside the brain or outside the body, conclusions to be determined, and then I never see that. So either they don't believe it is even possible, or they know it implicitly and work under that premise. What do y'all think? All right, let's keep moving here a little bit, but we've made note of how incredible the Apennines look tonight. Archimedes crater, Autolycus, Cyrillus. Cassini A and B is that kind of almost embossed crater with the two little craters right in the middle of the screen right now. Yeah, it's really due to the fact that the rotation of the moon is so profoundly different than when we normally capture it. Moving here to the Alpine mountain range, Valles Alpes is that cut right through the Alpine mountain range. This is another particular electric scar that, or this is another feature on the moon that really does lend itself to proving electric scarification. Like, let this resolve. This is about 300 miles long, and it's got a kind of nested version of itself cutting right through the center. Burr. And then moving up north a little bit more, you'll see that Plato crater cut by Terminator, cut by the Terminator, Terminator. And then these folds that they themselves look like a forked tongue, and they also look like kind of twisting, snaking elevations and lunar regolith folds. But they all have an organized geometry. Scooching back a little bit, drifting over to Archimedes. Archimedes almost looks like it's got a thunderbolt coming out to the left of it. It looks like a loose symbol of a comet or an asteroid or a fireball. And yeah, it's amazing. Back over here, this plasma pinch. Pinch me, man, I'm plasmaing. You can tell my jokes have gotten very dad-like, and means I'm getting into delirious zone. 3 hours, 36 minutes, 9:41 on the clock. Gonna start rolling it up, winding it down, playing it loud, playing it down, wrapping myself up. And yeah, maybe another 20 minutes here. I don't want to go longer than 4 hours. But check out these side-by-side hexagons. This whole chain of craters is a recursive fractal version of the whole. Let's sketch a little bit on top of it, and we can talk about why this doesn't seem like it would be impact related, but rather electrical related. Electrical related. Is that even English? Hexagon. Hexagon. And then another, that's like a little bit less than a hexagon. What is it? Or not less than a hexagon. It's like a truncated pentagon at the top, right? So pentagon. And then at the top it's kind of truncated. And then here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hex. Why are they side by side? Because you got a Birkeland current going right through it, coaxial Birkeland filament creating the torus, creating the hypotrochoid, creating the pinched plasma, creating the toroidal fields that Fibonacci spiral outwards if you look at them from the top, the dielectric inertial plane, the apple core, the butterfly, all of it. Same reason. Easy to prove hexagons on the moon. Too easy. Come at me, NASA. They're like, well, we've known about it for years. Some craters are hexagonal, but really most of them are circular. No, I don't even know. Maybe they know it's all hexagons. Do they know it's Christmas? It's hexagon Christmas. Okay, what's interesting about this? So you have not only these shapes that look like the geometry that we talk about, so they also look like the bridge of the nose, but you also get these two, you get central peaks. What are central peaks? Central peaks are either residual of electric arcing snapping away. Once the current is broken, then the kind of the resonance of the lightning bolt, so to speak, cuts off ties with this formation, leaving a pinched center. Happens here. This looks more like a vent, right? So perhaps this was more of a bubble and it burst, and that's where it released the steam. This is purely me speculating, of course, but it just appears that way. Imagine if these were features that were formed by bombardment, right? These are like 100 kilometers across, and they're about 4 miles high, right? So what's going on? Like, what impacted the moon in such a way that these craters, so to speak, are formed in this way that look like hexagons, pentagons, that are side by side along a Birkeland filament, that have a dielectric inertial plane where eyeballs would be, that have a bridge of a nose where a nose would be. It has the nostrils. Why can I draw this? I can only draw this if it were consistent. That's why you see faces in things. I sound really cocky or confident about it, if anybody's thinking that, and I know that I do, but it's because once you've explained it 100 times and you've drawn this thing over and over and over, it starts to really like sink in. It's like I start to know it now that I look at it with this geometry in mind, and you're basically able to derive connections from nowhere, from seemingly nowhere, right? Sure, I'm observant as much as the next person, but when you look at the moon and you can say, oh, if I draw this shape, I can understand where the Birkeland filament is, how these shapes were formed, why these shapes look the way they do. That's a lot of information to deduce from just understanding two simple primitive geometric shapes and then superimposing them over reality. Look at a human face, superimpose that geometry, you understand exactly how eyeballs were formed, why they were formed, why they're symmetrical. You look at same sort of thing. Actually, let's do two things. Let's do two things real quick. The electric universe portion is about to commence. Well, it's always an opportunity to talk about the electric universe, one, but two, this particular phase of the moon has so many features that we can discuss. And even now, just because I've implied it, you can see all the hexagons and how they're inset and connected, and how so unlikely it would be that heavy bombardment, basically just imagine millions and millions of oddly shaped rocks that are apparently very hot, right? Plasma hot, just hitting the moon over and over and over and over again, and then creating this extremely organized geometry. There's something about it that doesn't jive. I mean, like, ultimately, if we somehow have a machine that can read the moon's plasma bubble and we can get some honest information from it, and the moon says, oh yeah, it was late heavy bombardment period 2 billion years ago, I'll believe it. But until then, it's way too organized for something that random. And for all the craters to have craters on rims of craters, to all have center peaks, to all be side-by-side hexagonals and pentagonals is just way too coincidental. And also, like, it's not even to be silly about it. It's actually, when something is logical, it feels good. So when I draw this geometry stuff, man, it's so cool, because you're like, oh, I get this. I get what's going on here. And to have been in the dark scientifically for so many years, and the popular scientists want you to feel like nothing can be solved. What if one day maybe we'll someday have possibly water on the possible moon, that maybe someday we can decide that there's water on the moon? That's the rhetoric. Maybe one day people will terraform Mars. I'm like, do you even know what the hell are you talking about, people? What the hell? Okay, now crazy loon territory. Yeah, you're not terraforming Mars. That's all that I know. All that I know is... So what was I doing here? Now I'm forgetting. I wanted to show some photos of stuff that I've shown in the past, but that will make sense side by side with this. But what I wanted to do is change the optics for a second. Okay, so what do we got? Let's look at the butterfly first. Actually, I can pull them all up. Let's look at all of them side by side. Pull up the apple. I feel like this is school. It's so funny. Here's the Take Back Space curriculum. But man, if I were in school and we had real images of the moon and space and etc., like I probably would have been really interested in school. It's all the bland textbooks. So that's our apple. Let's get our honeycomb. Let's get caffeine molecule. Is that locked? Move that. Let's shrink this down a little bit. And I think that's good for now. And let's just try and consider like why these things really all look the same. So right here, you have the side-by-side hexagonal pentagonal pair. Right here, you have the side-by-side hexagonal pentagonal pair. On the the caffeine molecule, side-by-side hexagonal pentagonal pair. Bees honestly, like, there's a Birkeland filament going right through the bee. That's why the bee looks the way it does. If you look at compound eyes that a bee grows, right? A bee grows its own eyes. So a bee grows a compound eye set that looks like the honeycomb it makes. So what is okay, let's say you talk to a botanist or not a botanist. Botanist is what is somebody who studies bees? Melitology. There we go. That's a cool word. From the Greek melita, bee, is a branch of entomology. Entomology is what I was looking for. Entomology concerning the scientific study of bees. It may be also called apicology. So anyway, yeah, if you ask them, I even think people who know about bees would start saying something like, okay, this is in the bee's genetic code. Bees sniff magnetism, right? It's all the common articles that have been pumped out on CNN and Forbes and Scientific America. It's the same talking points, the same way it happens in politics. From one single source comes this idea that it's really boring, don't look here, super uninteresting, we've already figured it all out, don't bother. Also, like, nothing can be solved, also, you'll never understand it. I mean, that's the implication for almost every story, from phys.org to NASA stuff, which is, and this is why, for example, like, I was actually typing in today another day of frustrating YouTube research, where I said, oh, let's look up crater research on the moon. And then I said, old lectures about the moon involving crater research, and then formations on the moon and their origin. And I went down a rabbit hole looking. I mean, it's mostly videos of PBS, CNN, Forbes, people not only trying to debunk the conspiracists about Apollo, and then further, it's updated versions of debunking conspiracists. And so I saw the video that came up in my feed. I didn't watch it, but there's this premise that somehow it's people that won't let go of the Apollo conspiracy. While news programs are dedicating entire segments to talking about it, about how people won't let it go while they're making the actual program. It's insane. Like, it's mind-blowing. I mean, this is why, and furthermore, let's say it's the people. It's a very logical thing to ask questions about. It's a phenomenal event, like one of those mind-bending events. This idea that somehow people are terrible for thinking about man walking on the moon. You know, like they really shouldn't question it. Let's just put it to bed, okay? It's all been done. Move along. I'm like, no, men walked on the moon and came home. I mean, that's worth talking about forever. I mean, it's one of those events that, you know, I would understand if we were saving people, if we were helping mankind, but people are doing mindless things, mostly mindless, and we can't talk about the lunar missions in detail and come to some resolve where it's not humans and society and culture that is clinging to this conspiracy, yet more so the news media creates programs that that portray this as a conspiracy. I think mostly people don't really trust TV, one, and two, certain systems and organizations. So it's even funnier because the news programs that are like, see, these stupid people won't let it go. It's already been debunked a dozen times. Like, why aren't they letting it go? You tell me, expert. And expert's like, well, these idiots, they won't let this conspiracy go because... And I'm like, you realize you're spending time on this. So right, I'm not just calling them out. I'm saying, like, what a waste of money and time. Instead of actually spending time on paying experts to talk about the moon, they spend time paying experts to talk about why people want to keep talking about the moon. I mean, it's so dumb. It's a level dumb that cannot be understated. Cannot be understated. So anyway, my research today ended up nowhere, and I was very antsy to get online and just do it live with y'all. Cool, so what was I drawing here? What was I doing? So you've got nested hexagons, side-by-side hexagons, along a Birkeland filament. Why does this happen? Because when an electrical coaxial Birkeland filament resonates, it will create a center oscillation point. This oscillation point will grow outwards and resonate outwards. Along the dielectric inertial plane, you'll get pinches. Then you have these notches. So what's that notch? Right? It's a hexagon, but then there's this kind of bite taken out of it. This is the same thing at the bottom of an apple. So really it's not just these hexagons two-dimensionally, it's then three-dimensionally and nested on top of one another. So what's happening here is that we're getting overlapping nested features along a Birkeland filament, or a spinal column, if you will. We see it here traced out along an apple core with the toroidal shape. Side-by-side hexagons. You see it carved out or traced out through a butterfly or DNA strand, and there are your side-by-side hexagons. You see it nested in honeycomb and compound eyes. You see it in molecules, and you see it on the surface of the moon. You also see it just if you draw side-by-side hexagons and you put a circle in the middle of them, you see that's the bridge of the eye, or the eyebrows, the bridge of the nose. Then two smaller circles, that's because you have compression and rarefaction. So compression at the nose, rarefaction at the eyeballs. And then underneath the nose you have kind of a trapezoid, which is sort of what Aristarchus looks like. And then there's this kind of diamond shape that pushes into almost what happens at tranquility, where the mouth is like a pentagon that has a notch cut out of it. Birkeland filament is going down our spinal column. Right? This is why humans grow, butterflies grow, apples grow, and why the moon's geology is concurrent with this shape. There's just no and then of course Stickman, and of course the face you could draw, right? The face itself, or the brow, if you drew a head over there, you know, it's a Stickman. All right, what's up, John Wood? Let me know what you think of this connection. Let me hide everything, get back to the moon for a second here. Wow, so cool. I mean, I don't see it. Think about what I'm saying here, right? With this small presentation, it took me like 20 minutes to talk about it, overlaid on top of the moon. Let's consider when you watch Gaia TV or when you watch History Channel or CNN or anything that you watch where it's like they're teaching you anything about anything. Do you ever get a sense that like you're really grasping a connection between things, or is it constantly this promise of somehow someday grasping it? And that's, I think, a really fine nuance that most people don't see because they've never been exposed to truly augmenting their informational palette, right? It's like people who've never traveled or people who've never tried new food. There's nothing wrong with that, but it is a symptom, right? Once you once you change that, your palette expands, then you influence everything you do with that palette. And in science right now, people are obsessed with this idea of vagueness and abstraction. And for me, it's always been upsetting when you ask a question about science and you're either told to shut up or you're told that it's boring and it's already settled. Moonshrooms. Moonshrooms on the moon. All right, a little break while I play y'all. Let me play y'all a song while I take a little break. And then, actually, damn. I hope it, will videos archive past 4 hours? Because coming up on the 4-hour mark here, but the moon's looking great. 4 hours stream. Huh. What do y'all think? Do you know at all if I go past 4 hours, will it cut the last bit off? Or will it cut the beginning off, which would suck because I got Jupiter and Saturn in the beginning. Kind of nervous. Alright, gonna take a quick break. Gotta be right back. Play some Defunct here. Yeah, actually, I am going to end the stream just in case. So So thank you all so much. I'm also going to take a little break here and eat a bit more. Now I'm kind of hungry, and I don't know. This has been awesome, though. This has been super, super, super fun. Got to see Jupiter and Saturn again. Saturn overtaking Jupiter. Close-up shot of that in the beginning. And I want to make sure that this resolves for everybody tomorrow. You can take a look. It says 4 hours 30 on the thing, but I also have it at 3:59, so last minute here. I might come back on later, but I might not as well. I might just relax. So if I don't, I'll catch y'all again tomorrow or the day after. Got this whole week dedicated to astronomy, so I'll catch you really soon. Thanks for listening to me rant and ramble and play and mess up and soar. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. Much appreciated. And yeah, stay wise, stay happy, and stay alive for the time. I'll catch you on the next stream.